Hello Velocity. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I'm just gonna log in here. Let's get right into it. Okay, so I've just made so many accounts. I've lost track of how many I've made. Okay, so let's start the servers. I think VS Code has added a new feature that restores the session contents, which is really cool. Okay, so we're gonna npm run dev, and then we're gonna npm start. Okay, cool. npm run e2e. Okay, so what have we done so far? Okay, that's, I know why. There we go, cd frontend. Okay, I don't know why. What's going on? It might be because I haven't installed it yet properly. Cypress. Okay, so what have we added since then? Well, I've added channel permissions, they work now. So if I type manage messages, I don't know why you'd have that. Let's say we don't want people to read messages in the channel, or I do. We can't read messages, let's reset that. Does it actually work? Have I just messed it up? Okay, there we go. So eventually it will work. It should have worked there. Don't know what happened. But yeah. Hi Lebby, hi Array Buffer, hi Smash, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we've added channel perms, but I have not actually released this update yet, so let's deny send messages. There we go, insufficient perms. I don't know why it says I'm offline. I think that's a little bug. So we have a new role here, and we want to... Oh. Okay, we want to make this role color red. Let's say if we give ourselves administrator, theoretically, we should be able to access this channel, but... No, we shouldn't. Actually, yeah, we should, because we have admin. But we have to... I think we manually have to set it like this. Which is kind of a bug as well. So there's a little problem with this. I don't know why it says the wrong thing there. Okay. It's not perfect, but I did add it from last time. So yeah, role permissions, channel permissions there. I tried to add channel sorting as well, where you could drag and drop it. What? What does this do? What? User not logged in, that's so interesting. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. Hi, no real. Shouldn't have that in there. Okay. So we are going to add another feature today. We're going to add we've already added an attempt at channel permissions, lazy message loading. So basically, when we load a channel, a text channel, let's go into channel routes. What we want to do what we want to do is we want to limit the amount of messages we actually load. So let me just restart this. All we do, we have batch size, we have everything here. Oh. Yeah, I think I removed that. Slice messages. What? Okay. So I did it differently here. So if I do 0.25 here, if we make a new channel and then type 25 messages in it, test 2. Okay. Batch. No. What should we call this? Messages, I don't know. So if we do 25 messages, or 20... Why did I do that? Hold on. So if I type 26, we shouldn't see the first message if we refresh. Have I messed it up? Oh no, we shouldn't see the last message, so I've done it wrong. Okay, so we shouldn't see the last message. So now if I refresh, I've not done it correctly. So back. There we go. We shouldn't see the number 1. Hi, Escow official. Good, I suppose. So we're just going to type batch size here. And that is 25, so it goes back 25, 27, 28. We'll just keep typing messages. Okay, so we've got 50 messages here. So when we scroll up, we actually want to load more messages. So if we go here, rec.query.back, now if we don't specify that, then it loads all the messages for some reason. So if we type on scroll, is that a thing? It's not giving any response. Okay, so messages. So I'm just gonna let scroll. Oh, okay, so literally if I scroll, it does that. Unscroll, E, let's log E. Console.log E, and then we can work with that. So that's gonna log lots in the console. So what have we got? we've got scroll top, so we can type e.currentTarget.scrollTop. And now, if we look in the console, it goes to 564, and when it reaches 0, which is the very top, we want to load more messages. So if this equals 0, so if, then console.log load more messages. Load more messages, load more messages, you get the point. And we could set channel dot. Okay, so we have a problem here. We don't know when to stop loading messages. That is the issue. We can just infinitely type messages. So in channel, I have an idea. So first message ID we can specify. So in channel message create. So last message ID is. So if, so await message, so we're going to count all messages in the channel ID, there we go, TypeScript's being weird, by the way, I don't know why, count, if no message count, then this dot then we're going to set channel. Okay, we can do it like this. Or we could send 2 update queries, I suppose. Technically, it's the first and last message in this case. Else, then this. Yeah, so it is the first and last message, but we want to do it in one update query. So we do it like this. First message ID, there we go. And then we can even do this. So if there's no messages in the channel, then we update 1 and we set the first and last message, otherwise we just set the last message. Okay, so message delete. So that again, we want to update this, so okay, so set first or last message, something like that, I don't know, async private, and then we can have like channel ID, there we go, and then message ID. That will do. And then we call this, so await this dot. TypeScript isn't working. A minute. Channel ID, message ID. And then we're just going to copy this function. And we're going to use this in message delete, because when we delete a message it also updates. So when we delete one, we do this. So channel ID, message ID. That should work. Let me just fix that. So I just crashed that was good. An account on V1 but didn't receive the badge on the current version account. Maybe it got deleted. I want to showcase some of the Python games made by Replit. What are the changes? What are the changes you will do on this live stream? So we're going to add like message loading, where when we scroll up it loads more messages. That's what we're going to add first, and we might add something from here after that. Hi Mr. Dev. Do you know Revel or Foscod? Yep. Okay, so TypeScript is working now, which is good. Okay, that message doesn't make sense. Bash aliases. Okay. Right, whatever. Let's start the server again. Okay, so there's an error here somewhere. So why use IntelliSense? Hold on, we're typing this after we create the message. So that means that there will be a message. And we need to import this. There we go. Should update. Oh, we also don't need this anymore. I did do a massive refactor where I put all the dependencies in this file. I haven't shown that yet, which is much better than what I had before. I was using a different file, but now it's gone. Like a really bad system. It's really hard to type. There we go. That should do. When you type sudo, I thought you were... yeah. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Yeah. On this system, I just have to type sudo for everything that changes a file, pretty much. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because I didn't set up the permissions properly or something. That's a very long method name. Pings markers red. Oh, we added pings, but they're not actually implemented. So pings are actually working, but we haven't properly implemented them yet. Okay, so in message routes, message store. So we're adding lazy loading now. So in here, there's also a long method. So we're saying back 100. What if we just say 25? What will happen? Refresh. Oh, it only loads a few messages, so it does work. Let's see if we want the back means how many messages to load back. This should load 5 messages now. And it does. It's working. We don't need to test that it's working. It just is. Okay. So we need to specify how many messages back. So back is a number. Back. Let's go in channel routes. No, why did I say that? Let's go in text-based channel. And so when we load more messages, we can dispatch fetch messages. By default, it's just going to load like 25. So we'll just set it like that. Okay, so fetch messages. Again. Why did I do that? Okay, we don't need to query selector messages. Ref. We can type ref. We're going to use a React ref. So messages ref equals use ref. I guess we can type like div HTML div element, the basic element, and then we set the message ref here, so we don't have to use like a DOM query here, which is not recommended in TypeScript. Okay. Sometimes you have to Google things when you don't know what you're doing. Okay, use ref. Initial value. Okay. Maybe we set it to null. Okay, that seems to work. Yeah. So messages ref, and now we can just type messages ref dot current dot I think that's the element. Scroll top equals scroll. I think this will work. Messages ref. Okay, and that should be a thing. Okay, so it has options. Sometimes it doesn't scroll all of the way, which is quite annoying actually. That is another bug, by the way. There's quite a lot of bugs. Scroll to options. Okay, I think this is top, and then we type scroll top. There we go. Maybe that will work, maybe it won't. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, let's fetch messages 100. 100. There we go. Okay, so when we load this page, we want it to scroll to the bottom. It's not doing that in the minute, so 0. Nope. 100. Okay, that did scroll, if you saw. So we can type messages ref dot current dot height. Let's try that. Scroll height. Oh, so that does scroll to the bottom. We type another message and it does that. Cool. Suppose that works. That's what we want. So let's set back, and we're gonna use const use back setback. Use state 25. Okay, let's see chat. Hi Ravish. When you're fully on set, I'm try coding on an advanced Accord bot. Only when you're fully programmed your app. Okay. Yeah. We're going to do bots slightly differently to Discord. We're not going to have a developer portal, which we add in the version 1 of the application. I might have it in like user settings. I could have like a bot section here. I could also have like some bot section in the friends like page somewhere. Maybe it doesn't belong there. But yeah. Something different. Different to how we did it last time anyway. So we're gonna set back. So every time we load a message, what we're gonna do is, there's something that's annoying me. Okay. Message ref, sorry. React use ref. Maybe I can just look at this. On child component. Don't know where I'm going with this. So I want to get the input from message box from this, of message box. Instead, I just don't want to use DOM here, but maybe I have to. Okay. So setback, when we load messages, we're gonna set back plus 25 plus batch size. We need like a 25 is the batch size. So that's what we do. Now what that is going to do is it's going to load all the messages at once. Let's see that in action. Because we're loading it, I believe we're loading it twice. So REST call succeeded, REST call succeeded. Yep. And we don't want that really, so what we're gonna do is okay. So this code is flawed, by the way. So we want to do it every time we load a message. Yep, and then when we scroll to the top, setback, yep. So we could do it here, so I'm not sure if this will work, but it's worth seeing. And channel dot first message ID does not equal messages 0.id. First loaded first. So has loaded first, and then not has loaded first. Okay, we can't scroll because there's nothing to scroll here. That's a lot of messages. Hi Raw. Congrats, you just got a new subscriber. Thank you, Smash. Why not make the messages in a flex call reverse? So the messages can be bottom. They already like go down. Can you tell me what progress? Well, this is the last essential feature that we're to add. So once we've added this feature, we can add a lot more stuff. By essential feature, it means the app's very incomplete without it. So we can start adding these features after we've done that. But we're adding like lazy message loading, which is load more messages when we scroll up. But the best Discord bot. It's not that easy. These are my specs, by the way. Cannot read properties of undefined, so that means you're trying to access an object that's undefined. You're trying to do this. You're trying to do that, basically. This would also make it so it loads newer messages first. Again, what you're suggesting might work, but I've already decided. Hold on a second. That's gonna be null, isn't it? Channel dot, so new channel dot first message ID. Okay. I need to migrate that, basically. If no channel first message ID and okay. We're not getting the scroll event for some reason. Okay, e dot current target dot scroll top. That's weird. So setback, hold on. So log. Load more messages. Okay, well it's trying to load more messages, but it's successfully failing. So we actually need to get rid of this channel, or we just need to manually update it, because we need to assume that so if there's no first message ID, then basically that means there's no messages. So or that, I mean it's gonna be the same thing, so there we go. So label messages, that's working correctly. Okay. Nope. So it needs to log nope once and then load more. Okay. That's a bit strange. So what is the back? What is back? It's really high. Okay. Hold on. This would also make it so it loads, it goes to the top. This app create for REPL. I don't know if it will work on Replit. Best Discord bot on YouTube. Again, there really isn't a best Discord bot. It's just a marketing title. Gilded also copy Discord, but as many features Gilded legit copy paste stuff. They do. And Roblox bought them, I'm told. I think Roblox actually bought Gilded. Roblox Gilded. Yeah. I'm not sure if we need a back, to be honest. I'd say we can do messages.length plus batch size. Okay. So what this does is it puts messages that aren't loaded. It has like a loading thing. That's what we want. Has loaded first. So we want this. Has loaded first. So that we see like a loading like effect when we load more messages. I'll demonstrate that in a minute. So equals plus batch size. So we want to have messages length. There we go. So batch size, original batch size. There we go. Cool. Okay, that shouldn't be the case. Has loaded first. Strange. So we want something like this, basically. Will you make this an app like Gilded? The closest this is to an app is the ability to install it here. You can do this on accord.app. Basically you like click in the sidebar, which you just saw, and then install it. So this is just a dedicated Chrome window to Accord, which acts as its own app, but it's a website. So go to accord.app and then press install here. If you see invalid algorithm, that means the token you were using is outdated. Just if you log back in, it should fix that. But there. What's the best programming language for you to start in? I started with Python, really. It's my first... Well, I didn't really get the choice, but I started like properly Discord bots in C#, but the programming language I wrote my first Hello World applications was Python. So could do Python. JavaScript is also, I'd say JavaScript is good, but it's not full object oriented like C#, so it's different. It's really personal preference because they're all kind of the same. A lot of them are very similar. They should, like, apart from Python, and static languages and dynamic languages are the main difference, so they're very different. So you need to decide whether you're going to use something like C#, where all the types are static. By static types, it means like defining types in the editor, like we're doing here. We know this. What object this is. That's like TypeScript is just JavaScript, a dynamic language, and then they try to make it a static language. That's all TypeScript is, really. So JS or PY, yep. If you're struggling to find out. Yeah, I'd say maybe start with a dynamic language because they're actually easier to learn than static languages. Because static languages, there's more going on there. So TypeScript would be harder to learn than JavaScript because there is more to learn. Still haven't learned everything that TypeScript can do, so yeah. HTML, it's not a programming language, it's just a markup language like JSON or YML. Yeah. Does Accord app have Easter eggs? Actually it does. If you go on accord.app and type testing123 I haven't told anyone this, but if you type just testing123, I actually forgot about this. Yeah, I added it here, so are you happy now? It's because loads of people requested me to add it. There it is. Yeah, I did dislike Node.js originally. I thought it was a bit weird when I started with it, but then I kind of got used to it, and then I preferred it over C# because I think it's just easier to use in general than C# and Java. It's less setup required. WebRTC. Okay. Yeah, so we actually want this to load more messages, which it isn't. It's being a bit lazy at the minute. Oh, okay, okay. So this is wrong. So we're gonna have filter dot length cache count equals back, does not equal back return. Say if back is greater than cache count. Okay. Oh no, the other way around. Oh my days, what's going on here? What is it doing? What is it doing? Hold on. So if message list channel 0, first message hold on. So we have first message ID is channel. So messages const. I've just realized that the playlist right here has become meme music. Like the background music for the stream is meme music now. It's been memed. Why does it say I'm being rate limited? It's quite easy to get rate limited. Basically, there's heavy rate limiting for off routes. So if you wait like 10 minutes, it'll be gone. 5. Okay. If you try to register 5 times and it fails, then you'll get rate limited. That's one example. So there are heavy rate limits with the off routes because people were abusing it, so that's why. First message ID equals we need channel equals channels list filter messages not list of filter C C.id. So where it says fetched, what? Why did I write testing here? This is outdated. No, we really don't need that. Oh, you're trying to use a phone. There's no phone support in the minute. There was for the old version, but we changed web framework, so we need to re-add it at some point. You made me start coding in TS, and it's much better than normal JS. Well, mostly, yeah, I'd say it is better than JS for most projects. Although it does take longer to use, so it's preferring like dynamic languages over static languages over dynamic. So if you like TypeScript, you'd probably like C# as well. So I haven't done C# for like a year. I think the only thing I use C# for is Unity. So this is a bit like TypeScript, but it's more structured. TypeScript is more like types are optional, but in C# types are mandatory and you have to get them right. There's no dynamic types, there's no this const a equals 2 and a can be anything. If a is 2, a has to be a number. So just like TypeScript, a has to be a number unless you declare it as a dynamic C# variable. Again, we're not doing a C# course here. So loaded first, if loaded first return. This should be self-explanatory. Hold on. First message ID is first message ID. Yeah. Maybe that will work. Maybe it won't. Okay. Okay, so it might not be a first message, of course. Might not have loaded yet. That currently refers to the last message. So no first message or if first message or and yeah. We're experimenting with bad programming at the minute. So there is 76 messages in the channel, it thinks. I don't think there is. I think there's like 51. Yeah, there's 51, because if you take away, then you get 51, and it's just doing 25 more than the max message length. So it is also loading messages wrong. So messages should be in order of their creation. So how do we do that? Basically, we're just simply going to sort. When we load more messages, we're just going to sort when we fetch new messages, all we need to do is we can, instead of pushing, we can do something else. I forgot the shift. I think it's shift. So if we have an array here, if we have an array of 1, 2, 3, and we shift 0. Okay, give me a sec. Var A. I think A should... No, I have the wrong method. Push to start of array. Unshift is unshift. A. There we go. We want unshift instead of the other way around. Oh, and it worked. But then when we loaded it, oh, then it loaded that message there. So when we loaded it, everything's working correctly now. There is still an issue that it scrolls us down to the bottom, and we don't want that. So we only want it to scroll us once down. So when someone sends a new message, so let's go in text-based channel. So when someone sends a new message, or loaded for first time. So we can make a function, scroll to bottom, which basically does this. So we scroll to the last message, the most recent message. So this is whenever we load a message, but we don't want that. We don't want when we load a message. So we also want when someone sends a new message. How do we do that? So I think we can do it this way. So last message ID. It's a really bad way of doing it, but let's see that in action. So someone sent a new message. Okay, no, that didn't work. Good stuff here. Discord acknowledgements. Where are you going to create developer bot? That feature hasn't been implemented yet. Technically, if I bring back the developer routes, people could create bots with the API, but not on the UI. Maybe I should do that. So I could bring back the routes, and what I mean by routes is just the API routes used to actually create bots. I could do that if you want. Just say yes in chat if you want me to bring back the ability to make bots as an experiment. I think we could experiment with bots on the live application. I don't see a problem with that, but adding the UI would come later. I want a 10-hour tutorial for JavaScript to an expert JS programmer. I mean, I'd say you could master JavaScript in less than 10 hours if you knew other programming languages. It wouldn't be that difficult, actually, if you knew other languages, that is. But if you don't know other languages, then you could like start with a course. Not many tutorials are that comprehensive on YouTube, so I wouldn't recommend YouTube for learning a complete language. You'd have to, you'd be better off with a proper course. I actually hate C#, but I like C++. C++ is very fast and practical, but I don't like C++. The syntax, like, it has many use cases, but I just don't. It just doesn't like look very user friendly. It's just, there's too many symbols for me. That's what I don't like about C++. I've never used it though, so I wouldn't really know. I don't know if it's fun. In fact, but Microsoft coded. Yeah, Microsoft did make C#. Hydrov. Anyways, I got to go. It's midnight. Oh, okay. I guess it is like many hours time difference in India. Are you doing pagination now? I'm doing like sequential message loading. So it loads messages when we need them. So it takes less long to load messages at a time. What India do you live in? Japan, probably. I think that's in Australia when it's like that time difference. Not in India. Unless India... I forgot geography now. I think India's like 7 hours behind, as a guess. Yeah. 5:30. Well, it depends where in India, really. Time in Pakistan. That's not Nepal. Okay. It's weird that some countries have like a 15-minute difference. I don't understand that. But yeah. Enough opinions. Okay, so it needs to scroll down when we properly, so I've done it wrong here. Oh, I see what we could do. So we could set the date. So fetched date. Last fetched. We could set user date here. So we're gonna use state, and we'll have date here. So we could define a function to set messages. There we go. And then here, if, let's reverse this. It's greater than 0 or 10. Message ref current. Okay, so when we scroll, we want to fetch. So fetch. That's it. Fetch messages. Fetch more. Suppose fetch more. That's what we're doing. And then first fetch. We could say first fetched. Instead, so set first fetched. I guess a function was unnecessary for this. Batch size. Okay, I'm gonna say on scroll e. On scroll. So we set when it first fetches messages, so that if the new message is 0, shall we say? So when we create a message, hold on a second. Yeah, so messages store. Now, I thought of something else. I think someone said it here. Isox, I believe. Oh no. ULNK. Said to reverse the messages, something along them lines. So, we're gonna try that actually. Instead of handling data differently. So the first message at 0, index 0, is going to be the first message that was actually loaded. So everything is a bit more consistent. So messages 0, messages.length -1. So we need the last message. const last message, because the messages will update when someone sends a message. So if last message dot id does not equal dot created at is greater, so if a message was created after it first fetched, to times get time. Okay, so first fetched. If we use that, then it's pseudo true. It's kind of true, but it isn't. If that makes any sense at all. So if this date is newer in milliseconds, obviously it's going to be greater. Then we scroll to the bottom, or when the page first loads, it executes this anyway. So that's good. Let's see if it works. So we refresh, and okay, that's not good. Created at last message. It's a very long function right there. Const new message sent. Oh, okay. What happens if we do this? New date dot get time. So get time on an invalid date. Okay. Just testing. So invalid dates just return it, not a number. So we have a slight issue here still. The messages are not reversing. Okay. Oh, okay, so I'm reversing it at the wrong time. So I want to reverse only when I'm displaying it. So this is what we do. So reverse here. And then map. Not quite, not quite. Should we reverse it? No, actually. I'm gonna try this. List equals. I don't think that will not work. This will not work, by the way. As far as I'm aware. Not an array. So list equals payload. That will not work because it's just an object reference, as you'll see. So this is what we do. So we object.assign list payload. No. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try unshifting it again. Okay, there's a bug here. Created it. Oh, because there is no last message. Yeah, that does work. Cool. So we'll only display this if so I like having extra separating things that are messy into separate functions. So that's what I'm doing here, because then it's more maintainable. I don't know what the difference is between that. Okay. I think and if I do it this way. Yep. Okay. If hasn't loaded first, if can't read, then not can read. Still thinks it hasn't loaded first. It's because the channel doesn't have a first message ID, that's why. So let's make another messages. So messages 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this message right here, this message should have this channel, however, this channel, that's what I meant. Okay. Hi Sky Donald. I've had an idea. Instead of using first message ID, which would require a database migration, they both will. I think it will be easier if I create a message, delete message. So in here, when we set first last messages, I think we could like set the message count. I'm a bit confused at the minute. If we're unshifting a message, then it's gonna continuously add on messages to the end. Messages store. So if we're unshifting at the start, I should say, so messages.length, it -1 is the last message. And then we won't have to worry about changing everything we've done. First message is going to be 0. Oh, big bug. Okay, it appears we have not added first message ID here. And then if we want to test first message ID, go to channel tests, and all we do is copy these, and then first message ID, there we go. And then we can just cd backend npm run test. They're not all gonna pass. Oh, they are all gonna pass. It doesn't wait for the WebSocket to load because it hasn't been configured to. So there's not many tests. It only has unit tests because integration tests require a certain amount of setup time, which it just instantly executes and doesn't wait for it, so there's no integration going on. Okay, we're gonna create messages free because these channels are booked. So test. Okay, there's an issue. So when we sent that message, it still didn't want to update. Okay, I've got an idea that the idea is coming back. So in user we have, I think we have, oh, I removed it. So we have last read message IDs, Okay. Last read message IDs. Last read messages. And then it has channel ID. And then it's going to have channel ID here. And then it's going to have like the count. So whatever channel ID we have. And then how many messages have been read in the channel instead of the... so this should be channel.length instead of the ID. Channel.messages.length. Something like this. I think this is better. And also, it's less database operations. So in a channel, we could have messages. No. When we fetch... We don't even need to do that. So when we fetch a message... So we set the last message in when we create a message. Keep saying the word message. Okay, so we're just going to do it like that. That's when we create a message. When we delete a message, then the last message ID is the previous message equals await. Okay. Lean. So lean just does it more quickly. Okay, now we're already doing it here. I think this is actually a bug, by the way. Because I think that gets the first message. Because we're getting... Yeah, I think that gets the first message. So, all messages. So, new last message after this one was deleted. And obviously, if it doesn't exist, then it gets set to null. Do not I typed as any. Okay, so we need to update it here, that first message is not a thing. So in channel routes, when we send messages, okay, so list is sliced messages. Unfetched remaining count. Total is going to be channel messages.length. Right. Okay, so we need to update that in the messages store. So PC's overheating a bit. Okay, so this is where we define how many messages were actually loaded. Total. So total is going to be like channel ID. Channel ID is a string, and then that's going to equal a number. And for now, we'll just set that to that. And then we'll have messages. Okay. So let me just update that. So go total total plus plus. Let's add channel ID here. Okay, so there we go. So messages.list.filter when we fetch messages. So if messages.length equals list.length equals the actual message count, which is messages.total channel ID dot length return. Nope, that's it. Cool. So has loaded first, has loaded all. Okay, has loaded all messages is use selector s. So s is store.appstore and then s.ui.active s.entities.messages.total channel ID. That's it. So when we delete a message, what we're doing is we're deleting from the total. So we're going to do this. Total payload.message channel ID, that's good. Minus minus. Cool. And when we first actually initialize that, so total is, so when we first fetch messages, equals we're gonna do this. Now they should add this, to be honest. No, that's not even a thing. Equals that, or just we're not adding one here. Payload dot total. Okay, so it's not scrolling down. Okay, that's strange. That fixes it. Okay, so let's delete this one, and let's type loads of messages. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so there we go. So we got a bunch of messages here. Let's load some more. There we go. We've done it. So add lazy message loading. Last essential feature. Cool, we've done all the essential features. Very cool. Okay, what now? We've done that. Okay, so I'm gonna cross that off actually. I don't know if anyone's still watching. Okay, apparently not. I mean, if no one's watching, Skydive, you're watching. I was gonna end the stream, but someone is watching. Thank you, Skydive, by the way. Oh, I'm not logged in. I'm not logged into GitHub. I mean, I would continue, but I am a bit hungry at the minute, so okay, fine. I'll just take a short break for now because I don't really want to end the stream because we've added like a small feature. So at least someone is still watching. Thank you, Skydive. So I mean, it's not really about having all the features done at once because it's going to take quite a while here. Just appreciate my spelling mistake. Oh, hold on. So there are a lot of features that we could add. Because they're here, it doesn't mean we're going to add them anyway. It means we could add them. But all the essential features are done. So, yeah. These ones, work in progress. Okay, channel permissions aren't like fully polished. So we could... There are some bugs associated with them, but we could fix that at some point. Okay, so... yeah. We might add one of these features. I like the idea of system messages. Shall we add system messages? Invite page. Yeah, I might add some of them. Nicknames. Here are some features I could add after. But I'm gonna take a break. So, thank you, Skydive, for watching this far. And everyone else who's doing the stream. Okay, I think that's 2 viewers, but there we go. Be right back. My cat was on my chair. No, no, don't drink that. No. Come here. What's this? Whoa. Cat, say something. Say something, please. Cat's not saying anything. Please, say something. No? Okay. Okay, I'm back now. Nitro, that's also a feature we need to add. But now we've added lazy message loading, we can add nicknames if we want, or we could add invite page. Or system messages. I think I'm going to start with system messages. So what system messages are? Discord system message. Okay. We don't need to migrate anything, which is good. Okay, so something like this. So it has an arrow. System message, how do we add them? Message.system. Okay. So all we need to do is open entity.d.ts, and we can have system boolean. That's what they did here. And that's this. And then in message.ts, all we do is type system boolean, like that. Cool. And when a user joins a channel, So join channel join. Sorry, not channel, that's a voice channel. So when we guild join, guild member add, what we do, get rid of this. Okay, so when we guild member add, we also messages, we need to open messages. So await deps.messages.create. So create system message. Create system. And then in messages, we open that. And then create system. And then we specify the content. Options, system. So options here. I mean, technically it's just content. And the author ID, so channel ID, so we already know the channel ID. Now, author ID, what is that? That is the system ID, I suppose. Now, there is a slight issue here. And that issue is that there might not be an author. So now there isn't an author in this case, unless the author is like the system user. So could you please use the ACOD logo in the thumbnail? If I use the ACOD logo, it would get less clicks and it wouldn't be creating Discord, it would be creating ACOD. Hi Skydive. I think you've been watching the longest so far. Corella, okay. Don't know what that is. Somewhere in the world. Channel ID. Flamer Boy, I do have a question for you, by the way. Yeah. Create system. Okay, channel ID. Oh no, we need the system channel ID, don't we? Guild. Okay, so in guild, I can set the system channel ID, so I can make that thing. Required false, no. Got quite a lot of questions for FastCode. I think you should make some more clone videos and not live streams. The problem with videos is I really don't like editing videos, so I actually pay people to edit them because I don't. It's complicated. That's why I haven't uploaded many videos this year. It's because it's kind of a silly reason, but yeah. Okay. My first question is, how did FastCode get this many stars? I think he used Reddit, but maybe there's a bit more to it. Also, I think that's all I was going to ask. Also, is Flamer Boy still watching? No, I'll ask the next one if he's still watching. But I think we should be more like FastCode, to be honest. Our code should be more like FastCode. By that I don't mean like cloning FastCode, I mean like how it is, the GitHub, etc. Not the project itself, just the GitHub. I think he's gone. I think Flammable. Oh, he's still there. Reddit, and somehow someone posted it on Hacker News. Hacker News. I guess if you get enough Reddit attention, then someone is bound to post it somewhere. So Oh, I've seen that before. I mean, if your project's good enough, then, which it is, then you're more likely for someone to do that. So I think you'd have a higher chance of than Accord, because Accord is way underdeveloped at the minute. Also, the second question I was going to ask you is, what's your experience with using, with other people, like using Foscord and making clones of it? Because I'm considering making Accord using the MPL license. Because I don't think that I should stop people from using it commercially, because no one is using it commercially. That's basically my argument. And if it wasn't commercial, then more people it would get more attention, basically. Also with Reddit, I think a lot of my subs, I started using Reddit one day, and I did get a lot of subs from using Reddit. So Reddit is definitely a good platform to self-promote yourself. Self-promote yourself, why did I say that? But yeah. Okay, so we need a channel ID here. Technically we don't. We can just const channel system channel ID. Delete field. Get. Oh no. Get.guilds.get. Guild ID. There we go. So system channel ID is the channel ID. So whenever someone joins, we can say self-user.username joined the server. What an exciting message. It's a guild, not a server. Okay, maybe the latency is like extremely delayed. Oh, someone told me to use live chat instead of top chat. I remember that. I still forgot. It defaulted. To reiterate on the last question, yeah, don't have anything to say. I don't think you're watching anymore, so he's gone. As soon as he heard that message, he's like, nope, no. we're gonna say yeeted into the guild, because joined is not exciting. Obviously we're gonna change it, we're not gonna have that. We're not gonna make Discord but more cringy, okay. Never mind. We're not gonna do that. Because people are complaining that Discord is cringy. Some people were. So we don't want to be cringy. We can still have random messages, but yeah. Oh. So we can also add mentions to this. So we can have user.tag. But then if we reference a tag, that's not going to work because we're going to use ID for this. We've just added a mention here. Oh, can you send me an invite on Accord so we can talk there? YT has big delay. That was quite huge delay. Well, the only private server I have on Accord is this one here. So this is the invite. Yeah, so that's been there for quite a while. I'm not logged into Accord at the minute. I just checked that out. Foscode. It's the same as Discord. Well, they use the Discord front end, but they've cloned the entire back end, which is more impressive than cloning the front end, in my opinion. The front end's just like, it's just markup really. So Accord online, let's see. Accord is not online. Okay, so I have an issue with AWS. So Accord's offline because AWS has gone down. AWS keeps having memory leaks. So I'm gonna have to fix that. Hold on a second. Okay, so it will take like a few minutes for the server to be back online. Have to manually log into AWS. Oh no. And technical difficulties here. Verify your account. I need to log into like multiple accounts. Okay. Enter your hold on. Yeah, so I'm just restarting Accord at the minute because the server keeps crashing and it's really annoying. And I don't know how it's crashing. It's a memory leak, but yeah. I don't know what could be causing the memory leak. Okay, it's rebooting. Hopefully it will be up soon though. It should be fixed in a few minutes. YT has big delay. Okay, let me just... There we go. Yeah, the back end is quite sophisticated. Oh, I just realised that this image right here has all the member list like avatars all squished. Okay, so when we join a guild, let's just do it like when we send a message, just as a test. All we need to do is create message. So when we create a message, oh, this message key thing needs to go. By the way, does Fastcode have end-to-end messages? Message encryption, because I've been trying to figure out how to add that, and I think my excuse was that SSL already counts as, like, we have Cloudflare full strict SSL, so it says on Cloudflare that it encrypts end to end, so technically it is end to end, but is there anything that you do to additionally to encrypt it other than SSL, like HTTPS, which is very basic? Because I haven't figured out a way how to store, like, using symmetric encryption. We need an encryption key on the server and on the client side. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna manage that. I guess we could encrypt it if we store messages on the client and not store them in the database, then it's a lot more secure. But then they're not backed up, and I think some messaging applications do that. Like WhatsApp, I believe, where you have to, like, manually back up your chats or something because it's stored on your device, not on the cloud. Okay. So if it's a system message, what we do is in message, there might not be an author. So get user might not actually return a user. So if it is a system message, and then we still have this, don't we? I'm not going to rickroll everyone, don't worry. Private messages. I'd advise you to have a look at the Signal protocol. I've heard of that before. I only have like semi-basic knowledge on encryption. Like, I don't have advanced knowledge in how the hashing algorithms work. Stored locally. If it's stored locally, it does make more sense. But I'm not sure guilds would operate properly, because you have to fetch messages when you're in a guild. I guess you could fetch messages from another online user, and the other user acts as a server, but then that's just a dumb idea, isn't it? So I'm not sure how guilds would operate with that. Okay. Okay, so message.system. Yeah, so most of creating Discord is basically front-end development. I'd say 75–80% of this is front-end development. All the work is on the front end, it seems. Recently, anyway. Just an interesting observation. It's very time consuming though. Their div. So we have an arrow and they have message.content. Guild is not defined, so I've made a boo-boo in the functions. Oh, that's not very smart. How do we get the guild ID? First of all, we need to set the system channel ID, which is in guild update. Update guild. Guild update. So, if has changed system channel ID. Is it still offline? No, it's not offline. I did restart the server, Skydive. It should be online now, because we're getting invalid algorithm, which means there's a response. API.AccordApp. Yes, it's back online. Although it's kind of outdated at the minute. Accord app is missing the channel permissions update that we did. Did I even put this on there? Yep, it just needs reloading. Okay, so in guild settings overview, we need to put system channel. We're currently working on React Native Client to facilitate the native components of the underlying operating system. I'm not that familiar with React Native, but if it can do that, then that's pretty cool. On all platforms. So you're making a mobile app, or you're just using React Native for all apps, so that you can also. So are you going to use React Native for like all platforms? That doesn't sound like a bad idea if it will do that. System channel, we need system channel. Ah. React select. To do move to channels select so options. React Native works on desktop. Electron, yeah. I know Electron has a few. It doesn't seem perfect when you use it. When I use an app made by Electron, you can like tell it's an Electron app. Like for an app, I'd want an app to be like fully integrated as an app. Like hard to tell that it is made with Electron or something. As if you made your own like operating. No, you made. What I'm trying to say is make it hard to tell that you are embedding a website into an app. So it gives its own native experience. I think is that what you're trying to do? Because that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Yeah. I guess Electron's just a solution to lazily do it. I think Electron's no better than just installing it. Like, you go into Accord app and then opening this. Now that's Electron right here. Installed. I mean, if you're gonna have a proper app, you might as well have, like, use extended features for that operating system. If you was using Windows, you would, like, start up with Windows or something. You'd have extended features for a better user experience, if that makes sense. Personal web app. What's a web app? Is still better than an Electron app. Yeah, I guess that's cool that Google Chrome made that. Maybe other browsers have that too. Should do. Yeah, because you don't have to run a full separate browser. And also, you can use whatever version browser that you've got here for, yeah, you can essentially use the latest version of your browser for the app, so there's more consistent, less bugs really, because there might be, if you don't update your app, because you have to manually update the app if you are using Electron, I suppose, to update the browser, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Never used it for an app. Hi AMG. Hi Syrup players. Would add a cropping system profile pictures. I'm gonna write that down. Cause that we could add that. Never thought of that, but we could add that because Discord has that. Because currently the images are a bit stretched, and it's unpredictable what they're gonna look like. So. Yep. Also, if you notice, if you go on Accord app, there is a problem with React. Basically, when I use React build, this is different to this. This should have a ring around it, but on the actual production app, it does not have a ring around it. It's really annoying. And I haven't found out why there's no ring. It's really weird. So the rings just don't work. They just don't display. But on here they do. Like. Not sure what went wrong there. Oh, it's telling us invalid property value. Huh? Okay, I'm gonna Google that. I mean, that is Tailwind CSS doing that. I don't know. I'd have to Stack Overflow that. Just use border 5px solid instead of that ring class. Maybe. How much are we using ring? I mean, what? So we could replace that with border. See what happens. Oh. Yeah, so ring doesn't work in React properly. So where it says border. Actually, so border 4, border dash. Oh. Border 3. Nope. Border 2. Okay, we'll try border 2. Well, that works. Let's see if it's still... Yeah, there's still a ring there. Thank you, Skydive. We also had a problem with Node.js WebSocket server that sometimes just breaks and doesn't respond. We found that some of the 404 event requests are not properly answered and block the event loop. Yeah. The Accord web server didn't respond anymore. API.accord. It's offline again! How? We've just restarted it. Hold on. I think... Is there a memory leak? I'm going on PM2.io. We use PM2 to host. I wonder what Foscord uses. Do they use Docker? Something professional. Okay. My dog's being loud. I'm trying to log in here. GitHub. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on a sec. Just logging into GitHub at the minute. so that I can do things. What do you want? Hold on. Been stream sniped, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna fix it in AWS, but I have like a monitoring system I set up yesterday. A very basic one. I'm gonna use to determine a certain memory leak thing we have. Maybe it's an infinite loop. I haven't thought of that. I just assumed it was a memory leak. Maybe there's an infinite loop somewhere. Maybe someone has found a little exploit. I'm really trying to log in. Not necessarily a memory leak, but request bot the request loop. Event loop. The entity route says it sits tall and doesn't respond. Maybe, well, let's try to recreate it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update I'm gonna use a new update. Offline. It says offline. Give me a sec. Real-time metrics gone. Oh. It's very basic, like logging. It's quite annoying. I'm considering moving to Docker because PM2 is like very basic. It seems it's down again. Okay. There is a memory leak, or not a memory leak, something, an infinite loop possibly, because it's happened a few times. Yeah, it's happened multiple times now. The invite is so basic. What is this? Delete. Invite not found. Okay. Did that invite delete even register? WS call failed. Yeah. Succeeded. WS call succeeded. Invite delete. There's a lot going on. WS listen. WS listener. Invite delete. Where is it? It's not. We're not even listening to it, are we? Nope. Nope. Never even happened. By the way, if you're using React, I highly recommend Cypress. I'll show you in a minute if it starts. There we go, it did start. It's pretty cool. guild ID invite code. So let me show you what Cypress does. So let's say we want to test channel settings. It did this test before it fails. It did work yesterday. Okay, it did work yesterday. Unless I've broken something. Oh. Okay, I seem to have changed. Okay. I think in Cypress.json, this doesn't work. Let's try it now. Okay, so this tests channel settings. Not very much. This is an end-to-end test. Yep, there we go. Registers and logs out, etc. Pretty cool. And then there's more tests. And what I've done, what I've tried to do anyway, what I'm going to do eventually, is when we push a change, when we do this, push up to the upstream branch, which is v2 dev. Don't make a new branch. Okay, yeah, it does that. I think we've already pushed it. Then it checks. It sets up the back end, tests the back end. Then it tests the front end, and it failed here. But yeah. There's more logs to it on there. Cypress, it's an end-to-end test, but you can use it for unit tests. I'm thinking of doing that. But yeah. I'm just using it for end-to-end at the minute. I don't know how much I'm going to unit test, or if I'm going to unit test the front end, because the front end is really the last priority. The back end is much more important to test, because that's where, if you get something wrong on the back end, it's going to be wrong on the front end. So we don't really want it to go wrong there. So it's like unit and integration on the back end. The integration aren't working at the minute. They last worked in May 2021. But I did move to V2. I did change everything around and never fixed it. Most of them should pass. I wrote so many integration tests, like 200. But now they're not working at the minute. And then I made just end-to-end for the front end. Okay, got to go. Bye, Flamerboy. Thank you for watching and helping. Also, good luck with FastCode. Yeah, so there's a bug when we use Cypress that if we delete the user on Cypress, I think if we look in Redux, we get it tells us that we deleted the user. Basically, when we use Cypress, it emits like fake events, and then we receive fake events. It's not really a bug, it's just a glitch. Like, it's not going to affect you when you're using Accord, so it wouldn't count as a bug in my opinion. Oh. Okay, so I'm actually going to do this. Hold on. Can you take me as staff, like some more? Can I join your Accord server? Docs.accord app, and then this is the invite. I'm promoting Foscode here. Want a full. Looking for a full. A complete. No, a full. Looking for a full Discord API clone. Then check out Foscode. There we go. Is Accord still online? I spelled it wrong. API.accord app. Okay, it's still online for now. Fix Accord app. Infinite loop. Okay, these tests, we have unit tests, right? Now, these integration tests are not running at the minute. So we can just remove all of them for now. Cool. I'm going to remove this because it's not the best practice. npm run test. 0 passing. Okay, that we need that. Otherwise they don't run. Okay, 1 fails. We can't be having that. Create channel. System channel ID. So system channel ID. Oh. Yeah, another thing with these tests is the types don't work properly. I have not set them up yet. So I've not set them up to work. gonna try that. Source env. What? I really want this to work, but because then our tests would be very not sure what the word is, but without the types, nothing will work properly. Okay, we're getting types now. That's good. That's good. So backend fix channel fix test types. We definitely need some backend testing doing. Otherwise, we're gonna keep getting memory leaks, and we don't want that. Okay. Super secure. Yeah. Suppose so. github.com/accord-app. Make sure you go to here. Everyone watching the stream, and click this button, star button. Can we get more stars than Foscard? No. Just no, just star if you want. You don't have to. You should, but you don't have to. Best way of supporting the project, I suppose. Okay, so system messages, that's what we were adding. I almost forgot. I did forget, actually. I forgot. Yep. Const channel equals wait text channels get message channel ID. Okay, we're gonna test this message. So we were in message and we added this. So if I type test, author ID is required. No, it isn't. It's not required anymore. Channel ID is required. Yes, it is. Okay, messages. Okay, channel ID is required. Is that bad copy and paste? Yeah. We don't have a system channel defined, so if no channel ID, throw new typo, no system channel configured. So now if I type A, no system channel configured, good. Now when I go in guild settings overview. We should see I'm going to copy the styles from select, scarce select, color styles. Okay. I'm going to refactor this, it's not very good code. It's annoying when it does that. Really? Okay. Okay, so we have a channel select here. We can select chat 3. It's not a multiple select now. Oh. Single value display, no. Color, bar, font. Okay, so we have chat here. And it's not a multiple one, so... display none. There's no input. Okay, so now that's not flashing anymore. And we can set the name to be... Oh, no, we can just register. Can we? Register, yeah. We can just register. I've done it wrong here. No, I haven't. Okay. Register name. There's no wrong way of doing it. Channel, system channel ID. Cool. Let's see that in action. So, let me just add PT5 to this. Padding top 5. And let's add a label to it. So let's add a label. I'm going to move this to channel select so I can add a label. So, components, inputs, channel select. Okay, FC. We're gonna have one of these. and then we're going to have utils input. I'm not going to put that in utils anymore. I'm going to put that in here. Sometimes sometimes the things don't update properly. It's going to be quite annoying to refactor. There we go. Okay, so we've done that. Let's add a label, like here. Hi, not sure how to say your name. Don't risk it, YT. Okay, so in guild overview, we can now add channel select and specify channels is channels, and also, not done there, channel select, let's import that, and we also need to specify the name, which is system channel ID, and then register system channel ID. I mean, just register. Name, props name. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, here we go. Input.tsx. Getting the errors now. Huh? Okay, so what we do is we have to restart React in this case. Channel settings. Where is it? Cannot resolve input in modules channel settings. Okay. Well. What? Okay, overview. I don't like when it doesn't import properly. It's kind of garbage. Utils input. All my life. There's so many of them. Let's try. Boop. There you go. Still, there's going to be some issues here. Inputs, input. Oh no. Inputs, input. Okay. 3 toggle. Inputs, input, 3 toggle. I don't know why it doesn't open the file. It's quite annoying. There we go. Free toggle. Toggle. Auto import. Rename import. That should be a thing. Set roles. Welcome. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can select channels, messages free. We want it to actually work. So we want it when we select the channel. Label is, there we go, system chat. Nope, not what we wanted to select. No, channel select, there we go. Okay, class name. Can we do that? Where can we do that? Okay, we can do it here, div. Space. System channel, there we go, so chat. But we want it to actually open save changes when we make a change. So how do we do that? I'm gonna set the value. Value is guild.system and create guild creates when we okay, so when we create a guild, so that is here, we create a text channel. Oh, my mic was disabled. How long was it disabled for? Guild update, partial guild, and then when we update that, guilds store, okay, updated, update guild, payload, partial guild. Where are we updating guild? Dispatch, update guild. Okay, so guild settings overview, we're doing it here. The payload is log payload. Save. I think it's going to be an empty object. Oh, system channel ID undefined. So that's not good. It's not what we want. Maybe it's not even an issue with the actual value. So let's assume it isn't. Input. Let's see. What are we doing here that we're not? Disabled. Okay. ID is name, ID is name. Equals, no, name plus input. I think we could have that. And then same thing with this, is name input. Props.name plus input. HTML4 ID, and then ID is here. Okay, so once we've done that, what's this arrow thing? Indicator separator. Can we hide that? Display none. We're trying to. Indicator container. Display none. There we go. Or maybe we could just do this. Float right, margin top. Minus 10 px. So oh, we got rid of that. So now it's like this. That's better. 40, 36. So we want height 36. 40. Oh dear. It's not quite it. That's it. There we go. So now we just have like a border. Border solid bar and then BG tertiary. No. Border radius 5px. Is API Accord App Store online? Okay, yeah. Okay, so when I change this, I want it to actually update. Scarce select options. Placeholder. Select channel. Label value. There we go. So now there's a none option. Concat. There you go. None. So when we change it, we want this, which is channel system channel ID input dot value undefined none. Yep. Undefined dots. What's this chat? We want it to console. What? Okay, so we want the value to. It doesn't have a value. It has a. What? Text content, yeah. Interesting. What? Okay. Yeah. Okay, be right back. 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Hello. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to use testing, and so here, let's get rid of these. So in okay, is anyone watching right now? No. No. What we're going to add is in channel select, let's see, c.id, there we go. Oh. Okay, so we're going to test that everything works and saves. So in the end-to-end, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to go in and delete integration, we don't need that. We're going to have guild settings.spec.ts. So I'm going to describe guild settings, and then we're going to do this. So we're going to register. So before and after we'll register. So guild settings, so create a guild, yep. Describe, so we're going to describe overview. I'm going to export this down here. So how we do that, hydrof. So what we're going to do on overview is we're going to test changing inputs, changing name, opens save changes. So click reset. cy.get input.each e dot so e dot type value or val is test. No. Name equals name. Val dot h. So the guild name is going to be chance, and import chance from chance. Const chance equals new chance. So we're testing with end-to-end, we're testing guild settings. So we're going to type chance. I'm going to make a random name or TV, and then cy.get contains. So we want careful you have unsaved changes, but should be visible. Let's see if that works. So uh-oh. Cannot read properties of undefined. Create. Okay. What? Okay. Oh, I see. Wrong order, wrong order. Also, we need to click the settings thing. So before doing this, cy.click and go into guild settings. There we go. And now that should update. Welcome back, Skydive. How are we doing? Have you added something new? Currently I'm testing guild settings. It appears that we've broken registering somehow. Unknown error, that's a new one. Unknown error means I've done something wrong here. Okay, try again. Okay, I kind of messed that up. Okay, so after we tested that, let's test. Yep, and then it goes into guild settings and it opens, and that's what we want. Cool. So what else can we do here? We can choose a file. It can also go into roles as well. Yeah, we can do that as well. Okay, so we can test all of this, changing. What else? Name, we've got. It's kind of hard to mock a file. Very hard. Image. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that. We'll just let the test run in the background. So what we're trying to add is system messages. No system channel configured, that's what we should see. And then we save that. But there's a bug at the minute where we save it and it doesn't actually update. So partial guild. No, there's nothing there, so just really weird. Value, system channel ID, that's what we want. So that's the actual value. These tests are really good, by the way. It's the best Node.js library. If you're making a website, use cypress.io, just look that up. It's the best test framework I've used. If you want to see how complex the code is, just look at this. It's not very complex, it's really easy to learn. I learnt it in a few minutes, literally. Although you may need to, I mean, there's no learning curve really. It's quite easy to learn. So describe is just like a container for tests. You have to type it. It is just an individual test. You type the test name and then a function of the test. So we start off by visiting the URL and then we interact with the web page using Cypress. I mean, it's self-explanatory, but it's worth looking into. So you should look that up if you're making a website. I'd recommend that. Okay, so what? Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. Class name pt2. We'll just add that. pt2. Okay, so we want this to update. Currently it's not updating. Hi, breaking TV. Java to Python to JavaScript on its way, harder to learn, but your videos help. Okay. That's a weird. Java to Python to JavaScript. You probably prefer dynamic languages then to static ones like Java. If I do that, nope. Okay. System channel ID. Yeah, so I do recommend this for if you're making a website, just any website that is more than an index.html, and yeah, I'd recommend cypress.io. At least look into that. Because it is the best test framework I know. Form t.value. Is this just a React object? Okay, it's just, yeah, it is. Hold on. Be right back. Okay, so creating a new guild, test. Another guild called test, no. Okay, no, that should have a system channel. So when we type a message, it creates a system. Yes, it sent a message. That's what we should have. So in message content, basically, message content, okay. Strip, get mentions. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Mentions. So get convert mentions. Or just mentions. We're taking a content which is a string, and then we return content.replace all. Replace all. Just replace G. All. Replace all ding. So 0 to 9, 18. New regex P, and then patterns snowflake, no different patterns, default patterns, snowflake, and then we replace that with guess we could do this. Why would you use TypeScript? Because it defines types for all between the front end and back end. So if we change created app to a number, for example, it's one example of it. If we decided to change something then it would show up somewhere. Well, let's say we changed it to a string. This would eventually, when we reload it, so this would appear as a string and it would cause issues. So created app. Which one did I do? App. Oh no. There we go. It would show up as a string there. And it would also show up as a string when we create a message. That's a really, really bad example. That was an F tier example, but there we go. There's a lot more to it than that. We could set uses to string, and that would instantly mess up the create thing in here. The invite. Whenever we use an invite, yeah, that would mess up this. So we knew if we use TypeScript, we can define these types that just tell us, give us an error, instead of not giving us an error, and we have to guess where the errors are, which will take a lot more development time. And the types sync between both projects, so that's the main advantage of using it for this. Again, you have to restart the window for it to update. So you don't have to test types. It does, yeah, that's one main reason. I would use JS for smaller projects though, that don't require such precision. One issue with TypeScript is it sometimes just gives random errors that are not helpful. React and TypeScript are not the best combination because they have different compilers, which sometimes you get an error with TypeScript but you don't with React, and the other way around. So yeah, it's not perfect, but it does the job most of the time. This is a valid error though. Okay, we're just going to use replace. Okay, so A sent a message. That's not what we want. So it's stripping the tags that we make. So we're trying to add mentions at the minute, so that system messages work. I haven't set up system messages properly, by the way, so let's do that now instead. Okay, so a system message is basically, let me show you. Default welcome message. It's pretty simple. It's just a message that was sent by the Discord itself. So you have like an arrow. They have an arrow anyway. So you do it in message.tsx. I was doing it here actually. Okay, message is messages.tsx. Okay, create system. I forgot to add system true. So this is sent as a normal message and we don't want that. Okay, so when we send a message, it should create a system message if I haven't messed it up. Okay, yeah, that is the attempt at a system message. Now, again, we do want this toolbar thing so we can delete them, but we'll just use this. So left side, if message dot system, then return. Then we're going to return just an arrow. See how that looks. No. Like that, but we have to use this because in React we cannot use this angled brackets because it thinks it's a tag. Oh, there we go, sent a message. And I'll replace this with the actual username, but we're getting onto that now, so yeah. Today at, and then we'll put the time stamp underneath. For some reason it's not sending to the channel. We'll have a proper system message. Yeah. Okay, now we'll use a font awesome icon for this. And then we'll set the icon to FA arrow. Right, arrow going right. Yeah, like that. And then we can set the color to green. Word. Okay, so sent a message today at whatever time. Span div. Message dot created at. We want a timestamp. Why have I got member here? Highest role. Okay. Today at, okay, so now we have the time. Cool. Was that an, what was I just looking at? Hold on. What was I just looking at? Not sure. It's turned out very weirdly. Okay, chat, live chat, you there? If you're there, do you prefer this? MR2. Do you prefer this to what we had before? Yes or no? Just type yes or no in chat. Or this. That's the other option. I personally don't like that, so. Okay, we're going with nothing because there's no messages. We're going with what we have now. So let's replace this with actual common sense. Content. Hold on. Style system messages. Guild tests plus style system messages. API.ACCOD is it still online? Yep. Second one better. Okay, I think that's this one. I think the delay is really like the live stream delay is really bad or something. 95 drop frames. Okay, something's up though. Obviously, we're going to remove this center message. It's just there for testing. Something's wrong, severely wrong. Is the web page online? It's not responding at the minute. Okay. Oh. Join. I'm not logged in at the minute. I really don't understand what's going on here. Mentions. Oh, okay, I do understand what's going on now. I don't. Let's get rid of this trash. So strip tags, allowed tags, okay. Const allowed tags, let's set the allowed tags to, suppose this is an allowed tag. Oh, okay. Test. test. Okay, they're being replaced. I don't know what's going on. Allowed tags. Oh, okay. Test sent us a message. Oh, okay, I was doing it wrong. What if we do that? Test sentence. Okay, I suppose that works. Ahref. Test. If I type test. Okay, that didn't work. I don't know why that's not working at the minute. Strong. It's not very strong. A tag. I'm not sure why it's saying that. Okay, let's try just one. Okay, so we can get the user with this. Let's see, $1. Oh, never mind. Content. A. Log A. Return. Okay. 0B. Okay, so match 1. So we have the ID here, so if we get users, sorry, reuse store. Const user equals that. user.username. User.username hashtag user.discriminator discrim pad 0 for 0. Okay, that should, in theory, that should replace it with a username and tag. So the ID, hold on. Oh my days. Okay. So this right here, Adam321, is currently, should be a mention eventually. So A, if I type A, refresh, I sent a message. How can I install the app? Is it out? Yes. Just go to Accord app. Accord.app. That's the app. Oh, that's going to be complicated. Because I have to use the exact user ID to do that. And that's going to get that. That's not really possible. Unless I do this. Yeah, it doesn't do regex, so either I have to change the hold on. Strip tags, what is this? Strip tags. See, that works, but if I change the number by 1, it's not going to work. So if I do this, can I use regex with this D18? That's what I'd like to do. That is a problem. Unless we use like some weird, unless we make our own like markup for like, so mention, so it looks like this, mention, and then allowed tags, const allowed tags equals, this might be better, mention, now then it would be like this. There we go. So this is a mention, and then we format. What's formatting? Okay, replace. Okay, this is kind of good. Patterns, replace, and then we could have, let me read live chat. Hi Glass, what does your beam rate limited mean when I try to register? I'll keep typing it in. It means you tried to register too many times, basically. So you'd have to like wait like 5 minutes, I think. How am I not tired, Skydive? Because I've drank like quite a bit of coffee. I was tired, but then I drank coffee. That's an echoed link. By the way, why did you switch to Linux? I guess I got bored of Windows. Mention. It's trying to interpret this as type. Type equals, okay, we have type. Oh, it's trying to interpret this as a regular, as React something. So all we need to do I'm gonna have to end the stream in a minute, by the way, due to other obligations. Not that I'm tired, but new regexp. We need to make sure this works in regex land, so it needs something like that. ID is default, no, D18. Wait. Okay, I need to go soon, but I'm gonna refactor this later. D18. Suppose it doesn't know what a self-closing tag is, unfortunately. No. Well, gonna end the stream there, so thank you for watching, and hopefully the update will be deployed